Good morning, guys. How is everybody this morning? Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh, let's see. Who do we have in the chat? Wow. I always get excited when I see you guys in my chat early talking because I'm not used to that. I don't know if people have been misbehaving on Court TV chat, but they made it members only. People misbehave on the internet. Imagine that. Please like the video and subscribe if you're not subscribed. I was looking through YouTube Studio, just like, maintenance on my channel. And a lot of my videos have like 20 something views and only 6 or 7 likes. So please like the video. It's free. It helps me out. Appreciate you guys very much. Closing argument is the lawyer's final opportunity in a trial to tell the jury why they should win the case. They do so by explaining how the evidence supports their theory of the case. They clarify for the jury any issues that they must resolve in order to render a verdict. Closing arguments take place after all the evidence has been presented. They have a lot of power to impact the jury's decision since it is the last thing the jury will hear. The Commonwealth goes last. The Commonwealth goes first and last because they have the burden of proof. The defense does not have the burden of proof. They don't even have to present a case at all. They don't have to say anything. They don't have to do an opening statement. They don't have to put on a defense. They don't have to say one word if they don't want to. And I have seen cases, well, not seen, but heard of cases where the defense didn't do anything. The first Danny Masterson trial in California, because they don't televise their trials, so I didn't see it, but I kept tabs on it. Defense didn't even put on a case. They did nothing, and that was a hung jury. His second trial, though, was different, and he got convicted. But first trial, the defense didn't do anything at all, and it was a hung jury. So they don't have to do anything because they don't have the burden to prove that they're not guilty. They don't have the burden to prove anything. It's all the prosecutor. So the prosecution goes first and last. Let's see if I have any more questions. No, the defense does not speak again after the Commonwealth. So it goes Commonwealth. The Commonwealth, theirs gets split in half. So defense gets their whole 75 minutes. The Commonwealth does their part, and then gets up and does their whole thing, and then Commonwealth gets up and does the rest of theirs. Part of their closing is going to be shorter because they're going to use their leftover at the end. Oh, yeah, they did back then. They don't anymore. So the jury is, well, they're probably in the room now, but a minute ago they weren't there yet because she came in and said, okay, are we ready to go? And Brendan said, no, unfortunately, we need to be heard. So she said, well, come up to the sidebar because the jury's coming in. So I don't know what that was about. When they got done from sidebar, Eliza Little went over to Mr. Wolk and messed around in his little tech bag or whatever. I don't know what that was about. What? What? Are you kidding me? Wait, are they doing it or is Biggin doing it? Because you can make your own thing censored to over 18. There's a box you can check to make your own thing over 18. Are they doing it or is he doing it? I mean, he didn't do it before. How can you tell if it's YouTube doing it or the creator doing it? Well, yeah, pretty much none of that content is for children to see. But teenagers, like, that's older teenagers, though, that's different. I'd say it's okay for older teenagers to see, like 16, 17. Oh, because he said it. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not monetized yet. You guys give me money. So they're not messing with me yet. I wonder how much trouble I'm going to be in. Because I just don't care. I play what I want. Oh, boy. Because I play stuff, then I'm like, I don't care if I get copyright struck. I'll just delete it later. Because that's what I did when I submitted my channel for review. Anything that was like copyright claim, I just went through and deleted it. I'm like, oh, well, it wasn't that important to begin with. It's just a video clip or whatever. Come on, StreamYard. All right, I'm going to turn my camera off. Maybe. I wish I had like fanfare music or something I could play. Da 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 da. It's time. We finally made it, guys. Closing arguments. Yay. It's finally arrived. The day we've all been waiting for. And StreamYard. It doesn't want to catch up to the live. What are you doing, YouTube? Why is it taking so long for the jury to come in? Oh, they age restricted him on the second channel? Bill gave me, he was like, don't trust YouTube. He said, don't ever trust it. His channel taken down, and he appealed it, and he won, and he got the channel back up, but he never got that $10,000. So he said, do not trust YouTube. Whatever you do, do not trust it. Trust it for their living. Like, but his wife is really, really good at managing the money. But I'm not that person. So I will I will never, even if I do get monetized and start making money routinely, I will never, ever, ever trust it. His appeal got denied. So does he get the other channel back? Your chats quit showing up in StreamYard again. YouTube is still saying short break while jury enters. And StreamYard is being wonky. What is going on? Okay, I'm going to reload StreamYard, so y'all hang on. I'm busy, Shadow. Okay. There I am. except I'm little, but you can see me big. I don't know what's going on. It still says short break while jury enters. This short is no longer break. This short is no longer break. This break is no longer short. See, I'm losing my mind. Sound. Now, if StreamYard would cooperate. Yeah, Judy, go ahead and post the link for Big and Second channel. I'm trying to shut all the extra stuff off. Like StreamYard needs to do. Okay. I think we're good.
All right, so why don't I?
Me. Another sidebar? Or maybe that was the sidebar. She didn't have her computer up yet. I just found out last night. How did I find out? I forgot how I found out. But I have a Roku TV, and there's a Court TV app on Roku TV. So I could have been watching Court TV for free all this time, and I didn't even know it. So I downloaded, well, I didn't download it. I just activated the Court TV app on my TV last night. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. But then it was showing a trial that I'm not watching. So I was like, well, that's okay. I got it from when I need it. The only problem is I can't stream from it. Ooh, I wonder. Oh, John's dad's here. But he thinks Karen's innocent. I wonder if I could put my Roku stick, because I have a Roku stick too. I have 2 Roku TVs and a Roku stick. I wonder if I put my Roku stick in the computer. If I could use it on the computer and then download the Court TV app and then stream from that. I wonder if that's possible. I bought an extra dock for my Nintendo Switch, hoping I could play it on the computer monitor, and I couldn't figure out how to get it to work. So I imagine I'd have this, because I don't know how to change input on the computer monitor. I don't know. I don't know how to get it. Well, when I did the try to get the switch to work, I couldn't figure out how to tell the computer the input for the switch. And I imagine it would be the same way for the Roku stick. Streamer. Yeah, I got a Fire Stick because my cousin got me an Alexa for Christmas one year. So I got a Fire Stick so I could control the TV with Alexa. Guess how that worked out? So then I went and bought a Roku TV. Fire Stick is in a drawer somewhere. I'm not even sure where it is right now. Every once in a while I find it and go, "Oh, there's a Fire Stick." Alexa's good for an alarm clock, setting timers, asking what the weather is, who won the Super Bowl. Anything more complex than that, she's useless. Can you guys hear me? Good. Good. Jill's back. Maybe StreamYard will behave for Jill. Oh, I forgot it was Friday the 13th. Okay, everybody pray that that's the last time I have to reload it. I actually laid hands on the computer. I'll go get the olive oil and pray over it, and I don't have any olive oil. I have olive oil spray. Hey, and spray down the computer. Can anoint it with oil. In Florida, the jurors pick the foreman. Come on, StreamYard, go back to the other. Any day now, even though nothing is happening. They want to see Ceiling Dion. Because this might be the last time we have to see her. From my mouth to God's ears. Yeah, it is just another day, but people think it's people that are superstitious think it's not just another day. They think it's a day where everything goes wrong. And I think it would be interesting to know why, because I have no idea why Friday the 13th is supposed to be. Come on, StreamYard. Belle Marie! I'm aggravated right now. Don't make it worse. Hey, Flash. What do Masons have to do with it? Yeah, my brother called me on my 13th birthday on Friday the 13th to tell me how lucky I was. fix them, and you're not helping with your barks over there. Staring at the cookie jar is not going to get you one.
Good morning, Jerry. I apologize for the inconvenience on this trial. It has to be right before you hear it. So I needed to do that this morning. I do have clients and refrain from discussing this with anyone since we were here yesterday. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? So as you know, it's time for closing arguments. And when I was a trial lawyer, I never liked it when just before closing arguments, just before I stood up, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. Closing arguments are not evidence. The lawyers aren't witnesses. And because they're not evidence, I need you to put away your notebooks because you can't take notes on them. But the reason it used to bother me is because I sensed that it made it sound like they're less important than anything else in the trial, and they're not. They're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all noticed that you've paid very close attention to this case, and we know that you'll do the same to the closing arguments. And you'll hear more about this in greater detail when I give you the charge. First is you folks are the fact finders. So it's what you find from the testimony, your memory of the testimony. This has been a long trial, but your memory of the testimony, not the lawyers and not mine. So if the lawyers or I say anything that doesn't square with your memory, it's your memory that serves. Secondly, there are very important constitutional rights that I hope that you understand, or constitutional concepts that you need to understand. First, again, the burden of proof in this case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And the Commonwealth bears the burden of proof, right? The burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty. And because of that, the Commonwealth goes last in closing arguments. I've given each lawyer an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm not going to stop them. So we'll start with the defendant's closing arguments. Mr. Jackson.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. I want to take a minute for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I thank you for your diligence. It's not an easy undertaking. Because this moment demands not just to listen, but to stare directly, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something during the course of it that was unexpected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Read, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Read sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't disappear because you're a bad theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable that you could go home, you would go home, loved ones in the eye, and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video, they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family established a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well, he got no response. And then we see this. What Brian Higgins was confronted with following well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look. Sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What about? And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, what you're going to see after he sees John kiss her on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor and his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him, tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to. Chris is trying to calm him down from something. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John. A gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Proctor even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the door. Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, out in the cold in the middle of the night, and Wi-Fi connected to John's, her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time. 12:30. John, after voicemail, he was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond after the fact, that's the situation that you hear in her angry voicemails. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. He didn't come home. At about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, because there's never came out. And you learn through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. He was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove collision. It was not hit by a car. There was no collision. Let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, so don't say, is known as the silent witness. It's opposite. And notably,
Bowden defense is when the cops did not investigate everything correctly, when it's a poor investigation. So I did a poll. Did everybody vote? We'll leave it up till the end of closing arguments.
not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds, not a single medical expert. Think about this. Not a that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scorty Bellows' words. Question: you did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer: no, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth person, she's the only person who found no evidence of an impact on the entire body. That itself is the Commonwealth case is done. It's cooked. Their own expert said there is a collision. No evidence. If you
You
want to know
almost said
this law,
collusion.
take a look. This is what it looks like after being shot by a car. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person. Agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth. The SUV on the one side of the coin, they looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. Science says that SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Full stop. Daniel did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing paint kindergarten project. And now in every single lead, tail damage internal of every single test. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that the taillight is broken? There is no light. It says it. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science. I did not see any evidence of an impact site. End quote. She was talking. They were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence, not side for the defense or the Commonwealth. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. The science was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the tail.
Okay. I went back just a little bit so we can hear the kindergarten paint project one more time. And hopefully this will be the last time we get interrupted, StreamYard.
That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. Every single speed. This was striking an arm. In every test, taillight damage with damaging the shirt, the sweat. That severe damage to carry, not just the internal, completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA tested that all the internal of every single diffusers and completely. Conversely, on carrier, the diffuser is completely gone. From any user, any part of that light, it doesn't. It's black. Take a look at a couple of. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, the photograph on the left, it's completely illuminated. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 30? That's explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent $400,000 to hire one John his arm, which is nothing. The architect, firstly, also established to be damaged by the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's shards of taillight shirt and arm. Number one, go 9 tiny puncture holes. How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth.
I figured it out. Every time he starts to say something about Judd Welcher, it crashes. Judge Welcher's company bought StreamYard. That's who bought StreamYard.
Single one of those questions, because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen. Of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it, to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? Vote not guilty. That's what happens. His mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from from Aperture. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of the trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. Every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whithen's data, Ian Whithen. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet. And then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whithen himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. Remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation. This is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold. He was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whithen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think numbers. Temperatures drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. It stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours. Never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a base. Thermia, no telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Welsher, Andrew Rinchler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. Position as Judd Welcher just showed us, standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye, punch. You've got your answer.
StreamYard, quit being a kvetch.
By hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. La Posada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial.
right now it's mine too.
The quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. Fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. Silence facts and were not by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next minute, I'm going to talk about the failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully. Crime had potentially been committed. You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes.
Come on. This is not funny.
Consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold. Not dressed for outside. Dressed for inside. And one shoe on. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him. The type of glass 30 feet away. And John's phone was tucked neatly under his claimed he did
Dang. StreamYard.
not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating. The neighbor across pointed in the exact direction where John O'Keefe had been hit, and nobody bothered to. Of course, this was a potential. Of course, it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop too, end quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text. He never, ever believed what that here from my, go read them. They're in exhibit 209, in case you're wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation, quote, all the powers that be, one answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously. Get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time. Quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious out on out into this charges brought on her. She's a whack job cunt. She's a babe. How can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict? And with Karen Reed's life. The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from it. Michael Proctor is no longer transferred. He didn't go.
Fired.
Him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just those texts, for sure confidential information, witness, and fired. Single, when Mr. Brennan gets up his closing argument, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession.
Can you guys hear court?
Just go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD?
StreamYard. This is Friday the 13th, not April Fool's. Behave.
To take the Solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March to book those into evidence? No tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claimed.
Oh.
That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, they would be expected months and months, all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sallyport. Remember that? There were 2 photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement, but that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard. The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything. But it doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one. A quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass. None of it. Remember February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match. Those two go together. The only 2 things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shackled. Therefore, that glass is there. Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge
The little hair that could. You know what they're not saying? She drove all over town looking for John before she got Carrie and Jen involved. So it went more than just where they're saying it went. Yeah, the little hair that changed from a J to a C, Terry. Yeah, you're right.
at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and model Brian Albert.
And another thing that they didn't hammer home as much this time as they did last time, if she had backed up, she would have backed up into Higgins' Jeep. So that doesn't make any sense either.
Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a
Come on, StreamYard.
position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snow driver, Brian? Why did he falsely claim that? You saw the dash cam. It was plowing back and forth. So long. Interview. Individual Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house.
All right, come on.
He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said, in a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat.
Track a cat.
I think that was it.
Yep.
There was no body there. That they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? Wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We could all say it together if you could talk with me. He was in the house. But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth hasn't presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. It's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to moral certainty. They have to prove her last drink was that night. They have to prove, disprove anything. Every single witness who was asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of completely normal. From a judgingly had to admit that fact. It's on video.
All right, straighten up.
Sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. Within the Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty because it depends on when
I don't
she
know
had
about that
her
one.
last drink.
Y'all.
What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house?
She could
That
have
would answer
drank
that
more
question.
after she got home. That's
As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that next day, I'm about 34 Fairview. Never, not once. Since they never went into the basement. Nothing checked for DNA. They didn't look for alleged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage. I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door. And her answer was, oh, actually, there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's see the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get
you
answers
did, Jill.
about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn. You can betcha.
But I do
But
agree
because this
she
was
could have
Brian Albert's
drank
house.
more that night
A Boston cop.
after she got home.
Nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Read. Reasonable doubt abounds. Every reasonable alternative. How dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The husband of the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone secured. Brian Albert, who never came back. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with them for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that? What was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. But Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed John's patterned injury from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet? Unless they had something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabes. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was timestamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, Haas Long to die in cold. It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen, unless you're trying to cover for something. Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up her story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. It tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses, lying and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was in real time. She was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling him everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Read made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Read made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Read or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment.
Yeah, and Brennan elicited that testimony.
And the Commonwealth
too.
has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Read say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video. It's not on audio. It's not a single police report. It's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video. Multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. Jennifer, for you, that she's confronted out of the with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered. He's bleeding. His eyelid is cut. His nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up. Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on. Still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister. There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house to check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any sense? Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. Jennifer McCabe is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredible
Sign in it.
to anyone. Higgins.
They're looking angry at the prosecution.
Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Flirtatious in nature. He refused that simple putting on that, end quote. We read this. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts establish a motive for himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop.
Not a cop anymore.
Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way.
I was thinking,
why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts? Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with Brian Albert. He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that in the Commonwealth of the state. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moment that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video It's just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motive. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight, how did it end up? Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch. That's, and Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert. And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption of an agency. Not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport SUV. The details clear. She was unequivocal. She remembered the specifics. She recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer. She couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a list. She's subpoenaed. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office. The same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting. And he says, wink, wink, nod, nod. We support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing. But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop. And all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What? So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward, completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate. Is that a righteous test, or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining him about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested. That test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. Really? Then why was or identical clothes to John O'Keefe when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory? The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics has become very key to the Commonwealth because there was no vision. Dr. Welcher also told you under oath, he tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know. I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory. So you weren't shown. Dr. Welcher wasn't going to. And my goodness, get to the sweatshirt. Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt. Not just to the witness, but to you. And asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr. Wolf. To look at the sweatshirt and say, well, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That was expected to be left with you. That's the impression I'm going to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors sitting right there in the room at the time, it had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with?
Surprised Brennan's not objecting to that.
That's more than negligence. That's dangerous. It's dangerous. I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that. Now he's going to say something.
It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it. Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation.
Yeah, it was.
They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. Now we reached the moment of the trial, and you've seen the facts and you've seen the evidence.
Closing.
We've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in those cards, holding reasonable doubt, folks. Holding a guilty reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Karen Read. The truth is, Karen Read is not guilty. Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it. The Commonwealth does not have a theory about how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car. There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Read because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Read, not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake, folks, if you convict Karen, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel through your verdict that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Read not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you. Thank you.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in.
No, he moved into their house. Get it right.
John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Read in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying, and he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance.
What about all
Maybe it
the
was
people that left the
33%
house
chance that he met Isaac over the world.
and
to give
walked
him a
by his
chance.
body?
And that
What about
one
those
person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here.
Oh, wait.
Karen Read.
But nobody saw him.
And she made a decision. In her yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard, she made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die.
Copycat. Say it again.
Before I go through in detail the
I'm
evidence,
surprised you didn't say it 3 times.
a little bit about the. She was drunk. She was drinking that. She was drinking at a waterfall. Blood was taken with samples of the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk.
Yeah, but do you know when she quit drinking? No, you don't, because she was
She hit him.
pissed and probably went home and drank
The
more.
timeline in this case
So it
is
doesn't
beyond
count.
dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box, the
Data
forensics
is
from
an
the SD
android.
card, we know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data. The temperature
It's
on the battery of the cell phone.
data.
The physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, countercoup. You heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward.
You don't even understand what a contracture
Dr.
injury
Wolf
is.
told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why
Not
they have.
always.
That's why they have these hospitals. But you got to get help. You got to get help. And if your brain swells, drinking. In some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described for you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have
That doesn't mean
bird's
he
eye
killed
view
him.
into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages, not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over.
That's why
Tensions
he
are
asked
simmering
her to go out with him that night.
beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already half out of the relationship, not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so
So she
fast
killed
forward
him?
that night.
That makes sense.
That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they both, what do? So, and Karen Reed brings a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks, more shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall.
He was taking
That
the
some
shots and putting them in her drink
Brian
and
Higgins.
sipping them.
They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins between them. What we heard is they barely greeted. Slide one. At the waterfall bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting them. That's him and Mr. Higgins, barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital. and they have to prove legal limit, 0.6 alcohol to ability, but she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest at the time. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet, the roads were very quiet, you can see on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving.
Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Alberts home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black
Quit
box
saying his
and
name.
downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently. And it was that SD card, the SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline. that can't be broken.
He also
That's
got
what Shannon
megabytes and megabits mixed up.
And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview and get lost. And now we have more data. A cell phone. And I said it's the historian. Doesn't suffer from bias, doesn't suffer from prejudice, doesn't suffer from loss. It has data on it. Ways. High location data, as Ian Whiff would say. It tells you second by second speed, the location. Does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement.
It's health
And that is
data.
critical. It is critical. Not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship, and then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost. They'll call Jen McCabe for directions. Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climbed, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down, please, Ms. Gilman. And then in the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see second by second the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. There's a 3-point turn. That's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock. And when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly. Perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Field Road. They don't start the drive stop, and O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection, work down the right. They meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They follow behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody passes along. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. They didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that Joe Keith is not moving. The car is on the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery is at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they flagpole from this. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Ms. Nagel said they're there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. He calls us through for Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down. She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down to the side, the dome light is on. And then you see that John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time in his life. And he moves to 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone, at that point, you can tell exactly what John O'Keefe is. He said as it was readings all night, the bullet is near the flagpole. He could have moved in the circles to come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in and of itself is not enough. But there's more. There's more. There is the health data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves to 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense test, he measures from the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, no witness, there's no data,
Probably, Robbie.
seconds of his moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing. It could be a straight line. It could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail and every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, Jack Cade. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Leone will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Ms. Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds as it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they're shooting or stabbing, it's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove, and what we have proven from the evidence in this case for second-degree murder, is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that, a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and that that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she is guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, guilty of that crime. Now, think about it. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge and they see cars going by and they have a boulder and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen, in the midst of that fight, after she drove away and was busy, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. Different. It's a totally different separation. Was she? And then second,
All right. Stream.
under the influence of alcohol, when you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment, at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene knowingly, causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the tech stream data that you drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet.
It
Over 80
wasn't
feet.
a parallel.
Now,
It was
nobody has ever
stupid.
suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving forever.
DeSogra.
Forever. Next slide, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless. Likelihood of death. That data, it tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash tests on me. You know what else they do? Tech stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Miss Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe. We don't know if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because he goes back and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture. He's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard, all over the pre-field, any video. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person's cut. No, she leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home, and on her way home, you know she's still angry. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable witness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. Could we have slide 8, please?
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean,
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come up and maybe trip or and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
When she left Fairview and left John behind,
That's it right there. I don't know if you guys heard that or not. I'll back it up a little bit. He pulled the same stunt that he did in his opening statement. He said, she just admitted she didn't think he was mortally wounded and she left him there. And then in opening, after he said that, Jackson stood up and said, no, he took that out of context. She didn't say that night. She said that the next morning when she saw him laying in the snow. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. He's doing the same thing in closing he did in opening. Jackson went after him and corrected it. So this is why he didn't want to go before Jackson. The defense mentioned it in opening statements because the defense went after Brennan. But this time, no, he didn't mention the clips being out of context because he didn't know that Brennan was going to play them again because Brennan went second. This is why Brennan wanted to go second.
OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. Could we have slide 8, please?
It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to slowly pulled him up. Then I picked up his cell phone and I ran over his foot and he passed out drunk. I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but I clipped him.
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she hit him. She knew she'd hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair. And she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. Calls at night, 53 phone calls. One to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please. Can you play voicemail one, please? The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whippins taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe was in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61, it's 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party, he's not wrestling with, he's not cell phone, wouldn't move.
He said in opening that they were out of context. Just this one where he said about the mortally wounded, he showed this clip in opening and said that she knew he was mortally wounded, that she said he didn't look mortally wounded. So she knew that she hit him because she said he didn't look mortally wounded, but he took it out of context. AJ got up and did his opening statement and said that he took it out of context. She said that the next day when she saw him in the snow, he didn't look mortally wounded. So now he's playing the same clip again in his closing. This is why he wanted to go second, because now AJ cannot get up after him and say, you took that clip out of context. She was talking about the next morning when she saw him. So now the last thing the jury's going to hear is that she knew she hit him because she said he wasn't mortally wounded or didn't look mortally wounded.
There'll be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, and how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because his phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm dealing with a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are? She knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him and now he's not responding and she's getting nervous and she's getting anxious and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't
Oh
move
my God. It's health
after
data.
1 o'clock. She could be sitting. She could have fallen asleep. She doesn't move for, but she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. You can take that down, please. She doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, where's John? She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight? She knows exactly where she is and she's frantic. So she wakes Kaylee, that young one, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand what she's saying. Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe. Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, left him at the waterfall? In front of us. Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow. Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that a large motor vehicle to her 1,000-pound Lexus.
They usually do them before closing arguments. They do the majority of them before and then a little bit about deliberation afterwards. But I don't know what happened because there was a whole bunch of stuff that they did that was out of our presence with the jury. I don't know if they didn't show that part or if they're doing them in a different order because this whole thing is crazy today.
For another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction of phone calls. Never ever a worse nightmare to get a call like that. Happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night in a blizzard out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. When she calls them and that she's the was a perfect life. It's She bed. The spirit that she displays to for help. We first didn't know Gemma carried her separately at that call. $5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, can't understand her. Going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because
her
John went out and
boyfriend
had a
is
drink and fell asleep
missing.
on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress
Her boyfriend is missing.
from the way? Troy Roberts comes, takes behind, sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe, and she decides, you got to take the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and each other. They only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't 30 Fairview. And they start 34 Fairview. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview. And this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview,
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was and I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, is John O'Keefe. She tells us, Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry, and Karen, and that is no. I am not for her of rest trauma scene. But I appreciate trauma. And trying to help them get what happens when they first move them around 604. And data. The cell phone battery gets help.
This is driving me nuts, y'all. I see where he's going. I'm going to back it up just a little bit. But he's about to talk about the glass that Karen took off of his nose. And yeah, they did ask. I think they asked Dr. Rentschler. Or it might have been Dr. La Posada. If you're dead and you get to pull out a piece of glass, is it going to spurt blood? No, it's not going to spurt blood. You don't have a blood pressure, you're not going to bleed. This is true. But if you've got blood right under the skin and you've got something clogging the hole that the blood would normally flow out of, and then you take it out, yes, it can still bleed if you're dead. It's just like the hole is plugged. You know what I mean? Like, if okay, let's say you've got a balloon and there's a hole in it and you tape it and you fill it full of water. That balloon has no blood pressure. It's just a balloon full of water. And you take the tape off the hole, the water's going to come out of the hole. So imagine like that. Like you've got a little pocket of blood where you got punched in the nose or hit in the nose with a glass. So you've got injury to the tissues under the nose. The glass broke, caused tissue damage under the nose, and you've got a shard of glass sticking through the hole in the nose, and you've got blood pooling behind that. yeah, you take that piece of glass out, blood can still come out of that hole. It does not mean that you're alive. So, yeah, she's not wrong. He could have still been dead, and she could have taken that piece of glass out, and blood still could have come out of that. And he could have still been dead. So, Brennan is whatever.
Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. When the blood spurt out. Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips, if we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her body. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to give glass. He already has glass with the straw that's later found on this, by the way. That's what happens on an impact. Things move. Glass comes with him, lands near his body. Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McKay makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a Cellbrite record is not the same as a call detail record. There is no evidence. It was a conversation. No lights go on. There's no conspiracy. You can call somebody. It can ring. It can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McKay, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McKay see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen on the ground. And they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this.
Yeah, but wouldn't you want to run in there and
When
say,
they're
oh my
trying to help
God,
John,
happened?
there's not.
Do you guys, what happened? John's dead in the front yard. Why are you guys in here asleep? Didn't you hear anything? What happened? Like, wouldn't you do that? Wouldn't you run into the house and be like, oh my God, how did John get dead on your front yard? Did you hear anything? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why didn't anybody ask them any questions?
That John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time does anybody say, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find John 20 feet off the side of the road, he's right there side of the road, close by her. Could we have he stumbled and fall. Remember when John O'Keefe fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of the dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Creek glass that he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw? I asked you to take a look at that picture. We're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head. You play the clip on the left, please. 59.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And it just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you heard from some of them, they were born to help. The detail on all their mechanics, getting to work 2 hours early.
Yeah, they lied to
you can help people.
implicate an innocent
These are
person.
the
I don't
core
call that
of our
hero.
community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody, but to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder. This is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so
Nobody said that, you dickhead.
What happens at the scene? Some things hard to remember. Some things people will never
Sorry,
forget.
y'all,
When a
that
traumatic
flipped
incident,
out.
Sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. She's recognizing what she did. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy. Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done? I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece of that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is you have independent core people who hear her say, and the attempt is to betray everybody. That's a lie. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
And what was said was, did I hit him? And I know I said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement explained?
bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece of that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. Her say, I hit him. I hit him. And the attempt is to betray everybody. That's a lie. People, although you should. You don't have to. Because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17. Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself. She hit him. It's undeniable. It's unmistakable. It's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Ms. McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Ms. McLaughlin, she tells you that she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her on the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Ms. McLaughlin, the firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Ms. McCabe was next to her. Ms. McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of this story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony. Can we have slide 9, please? This is the battery temperature. You're gonna have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, they're leaving the waterfall, 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it started to go down 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61. And you see it drop and steady off at 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And the blood's still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Kerry Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next reading, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15, and know the battery temperature was then going to rise. Not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at health data at 6:15, when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. While they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS. Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in what's happening during time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that the defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance. So she goes with her, never finishes a complete the input. And she tries it again at 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this did that night, that morning. Not only for a friend, for her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning and she puts Holly Cole. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolfram Archer knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Alberts, maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data, and it all leads to one person. There's no grand.
That's scuzzball. That freaking scuzzball. Before we watch Proctor, we're listening to the closing argument that this jackass just stole from.
Conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her. Mr. Proctor, you were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Trying to evoke that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Lieber Kennick was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. He wasn't. He wasn't, but that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy. Doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's fair. If there was a penalty more being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce 3 of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't have evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dayton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house, inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He hasn't been near the car. And in the Dayton videos themselves, when you close it, you can take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? You can if you want. If you look at this angle, it's gone. You know, plant is already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on a debris field. January 29, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller, but if you play that and watch the lenses go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have diagnostic arrows come in here and try to tell you, I saw the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. Spend time driving up and back so that he can convene a subpoena that's into appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness go over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to it. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting. We don't know why, but then I show him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing. And I say, is this the way it looked? That's of course before the snow melts out in the salad port so that you can see it unexposed. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman. There's no plant. There's no Higgins at the salad port. There's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking out pieces, it was crashed in, the bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves. There's no ring video when she gets back. And so now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here, her profile, but she can't explain methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, and then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack. That is the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you, because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. No punctures. And she's sure because she's going to rely on her because she's coming in.
Punctures
she's an
don't
expert in
have to
being
be
presented.
deep.
Yet, after saying there's no punctures.
When did you get your doctorate.
She's everywhere. It's no attack. It's a dog. No method.
Two people, jackass.
Exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously, there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just to get you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and
Bye,
over again, there's
Carlo.
no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scotty Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop.
What?
It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Reed. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that, in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions.
No, they're not. They are
And
not,
it
you
didn't
lie.
happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries. The suggestion is injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test, that you can have collision with no lower body. Idea that at the time in 90 days that she doesn't have a car accident doesn't mean there's no car accident.
Yes, it does. How many people got up there and said there was no car
Let me
accident?
talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them.
You guys, you can't see it. I'm going to move my picture. Special prosecutor. Yeah, he's special, all right. Short bus special. I'm hungry, but I am so afraid to leave the computer. As soon as I do.
Order the text messages and then release the text messages. What expert, what objective expert uses Signal?
Hurry up, Hank, it's
Signal,
lunchtime.
encrypted app to communicate about the case. Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which
I'm
would be
scaled
11
up.
pounds. That's all. And because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again.
No, he didn't.
Did he seem objective that he was trying to help
Blues Clues.
That was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from the former employer. He said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he's independent, objective. I asked him about a lunch, and not a big deal. Just ask him about it. And he says, I had a sandwich and I remind him that we footage from a documentarian, and then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judd Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have, without a collision, we have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2000,
Okay, StreamYard, why do you keep telling me to plug into an Ethernet cable when I already am? Quit trying to blame me. It's not me, it's you.
and she drove away. She couldn't let it go. She got drunk. She hit him. She left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Could I have slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curb that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die.
Yeah, but that's a dummy being hung from a forklift. Nobody twists like that.
Thank you.
You can't use that to prove he would have lower extremity injuries.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no evidence. You consider the law very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. In that night with a 6,000-pound left, that anger sent, whether she meant to hit him, restraints, it is a plain and strong. You would never get back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You'd say, well, you're going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did. She did. And she left a man who was kind, and generous, and thoughtful. She left him alone.
Oh, here we go with the boo-hoo. This is his life slideshow.
John O'Keefe was not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe was a person, and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
Oh, just one picture.
Thank you. Next is my questions to you on, I'm not going to do that right now. You've been sitting for a long time. So I do have to tell you, even though you've just heard the closing argument, you cannot discuss this case even with each other. All right. So we'll send you back for lunch. It's going to be a shorter lunch. My instructions are long. And we want you to be able to get this case to start deliberations today. So I'm going to send you back maybe about a half an hour. Is that enough time for you folks? All right, so we'll give you a half an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back. I'll give you my instructions on the law, and then the jurors will go out to deliberate. I know there are 18 of you. We seat only 12 deliberating jurors, so 6 of you are going to be alternates. I can just tell you that you know the odds, right? And I can tell you it's Mr. McDermott's least favorite part of his job is smoking. So we'll do that this afternoon. Do not discuss this case. See you in about a half hour.
I guess that means on the prairie.
Counsel, can I see you just a second?
I had a Blues Clues uniform when I was a pediatric nurse. The kids loved it. It was one of my favorite uniforms. Jill, do people back into Buffalo? Is that a thing? Yeah, that was kind of a weird thing for him to say. Yeah, he wasn't a buffalo on the prairie. Hank Brennan's a weird dude. Like, even despite all of the weirdness that he's done as a prosecutor, I mean, like the tricks and bad behavior and stuff, even without all that, he doesn't seem like a guy I'd want to sit down and have a cup of coffee with, you know? He like just doesn't strike me as a regular type of person. I don't know if it could just, no, I'm not bashing Yankees. It might just be the cultural differences between me and him because he's a Yankee and I'm a Southerner. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm just saying there is a difference. But yeah. What's not a thing? Oh, backing into a buffalo? Yeah, that's not a thing. But yeah, I'm not bashing Yankees. I'm talking about cultural differences. He just seems like a weird person. And I said, maybe that's why. That might not have anything to do with it. Because, like, who says that? He's not a buffalo on the prairie. Who says that? That implies it's okay to kill a buffalo on the prairie. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The buffalo would win. Absolutely. So she didn't do jury instructions. I figured she must have done them all that time at the beginning where they weren't letting us hear what was going on. Usually it's done before. Oh, there's Aiden. Yay! I forgot to tell you guys. Yay, Aiden was found not guilty. Hopefully. Yeah, it could be because he's a slime ball. Yeah. But no, I mean, I said, even aside from the shenanigans he's pulled in this case, that's the slime ball part. He just does not seem like somebody that I would enjoy spending time with. Likewise, Alessi. Like, I love Alessi's lawyering, but he just, I don't know. I think with him, and this isn't going to come out right. I probably shouldn't have started this. The bodybuilding and the dyeing the hair at 67 years old. I just think that people should grow old gracefully. And yes, I know I dye my hair too. And it's a double standard. I think there's buffalo in Massachusetts. Buffalo was in the Great Plains of America before we came. When the Indians were here, they roamed free, and then we came, and, well, I was born here. I didn't come here. I was born here. Our ancestors came here. I know. I like gray hair on men. I think it looks silly when they dye their hair. So it's not actually a slam. I just would like to see how he looks naturally. Like Travis, when he I don't know why we're watching nothing. No, I don't think so. Crash. No, maybe not. No, yay, it didn't crash. I thought it was going to crash. Yankees are like New England, New York, New Jersey, like East Coast. And then Southerners are like Texas and the South, Eastern, like Southeastern. Because like California, even though it's South, it's not considered part of the South. All the Yankee and Southern stuff is on the East Coast, with the exception of like Texas. Well, it's like Southeastern, but like Texas is the farthest. I don't know how they figure that out. Yeah, it's cultural difference. It's not like, it sounds rude. It's not the people. It's the cultural differences. Yeah. And I didn't realize that till I met my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is New York, like born and raised Long Island, New York. And how old was I? I don't remember how old I was when my brother started dating her, but that's when I realized that there really is a difference. And then I went up there to visit them. Yeah, there's a big difference. And I don't like her, but that's not why I don't like her. I just don't like her. When I was a kid, she was fine. But Randy says that she changed after they had kids. She got like, especially in New York City, because she's like afraid something's going to happen to the kids. Like Randy will stop. If you've never been to New York City, it's very, very much like you see on TV shows like Law and Order. Like, in fact, how old was I the first time we went? 23, 24. And I remember going, oh my God, it looks like it looks like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like you got the manhole cover with the steam coming out of it. I was like, it looks just like it did on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I was freaking out. Like, it doesn't look real. It looks just like it did in the movie. I was freaking out. I was so excited. I was like, and so they actually have people with tables set up all over the place selling stuff. All over the place. And Randy likes to stop and mess with them. And so, like, we stopped at this guy was selling watches. And everything's knockoffs. Nothing's real. So, like, you can get what looks like Tommy Hilfiger clothes for next to nothing. But it'll have, like, misspellings in the name and stuff. Or the logo will be just a little bit off that you can't quite see it. Is he really? And StreamYard, there it goes. Wow. So he'll stop and he'll mess with them and he'll be like, how much is that watch? How much is that one? No, wait, I like this one. And he'll try one on and then he'll go, nah, I don't like this one. How? Knowing he's not going to buy from these guys. Because these are like $200 watches that are like crappy little nothing, but they look like Rolexes and, but they're fake. And, and then he'll look for Diane. She'll have like both the kids' hands like speed walking away. No, they're at lunch, Carla. They're at lunch and they're only going to take a half hour and then they're going to come back and do jury instructions. So they haven't done any jury instructions yet. But I notice, oh, wait, we're not caught up to live because of StreamYard. So they're going to be back at 1. What? Court will resume at 1:15. It's 1:23. So they should be back anytime now. Okay. So then we look for Diane. She's like speed walking. She's got both of the kids by the hand, speed walking away from Randy. And Randy's like, man, she only got that way after she had the kids. And then, like, we're driving, right? We're in the car. We're safe in the car. And we're stopped at a red light and Randy's lost. He takes the map out. This is, of course, years and years ago. The kids are grown now, have families of their own. But so he takes out the map. She goes, put the map down, put the map down, put the map down. He's like, what, Diane? I'm lost. And she's like, I don't care. You don't want anyone to see you with the map out. Put the map down. Like this woman that was born and raised in Long Island is scared to death to go to New York City. She's like, I'm like, didn't you grow up here, Diane? What is the deal? So I got a t-shirt. I don't know what happened to this t-shirt, but like, she's like, no, this is how you do it. You don't do this. You don't do that. You do this. You do like, she gives me this list of rules. So I actually found a t-shirt at one of the touristy shops in New York that had a list of the rules that she gave me. And I was like, you are kidding me. I cannot believe this. I found this shirt, had all the rules. Everything she told me to put your money in your shoe. All these rules she told me. I don't know what happened to that shirt. I have no idea. Yeah. Mid-age like fine wine, women like milk. Exactly. You notice all these couples you see, like in Hollywood especially. Men, they go gray-headed, and women, they all dye their hair. Like even the couples that are the same age, the women always dye their hair, and the men just let themselves go gray. You rarely see a man with their hair dyed. I've tried to get, because Travis is a blonde, but you know, blondes when they get older, I wish I knew where a picture of him when he was young was, like quick right off, but I don't know. I'd have to hunt for it. But he's already like the blonde had already started turning brown, and then he had like gray at the temples when we met. But when he was younger, he was blonde. And I've tried to get him to let me bleach his hair so it'll be blonde again, and he won't let me. He won't do it. Like, please, just let me bleach your hair just once. Just once. If you don't like it, we'll go back. And he's like, nope. And then one day, his hair was wet, and I took my hand and because he's got a really, really high forehead. And so does his daughter. Like, she's got his forehead. They both, like, are all forehead. So one day, I took my hand and I just, like, his hair was wet. And I just smoothed it back, like, super flat back. And I was like, oh, yeah, you're going to be cute bald. Because I like bald guys. I always have. I don't know why. I just always have. So one day, he's got a bald spot. It started off real, you know, like I watched it develop. He didn't have it when we first started dating. And I've watched this teeny tiny bald spot get bigger and bigger and bigger. And he keeps saying, you know, I'm like, you're getting a cute bald spot back there. And he's like, I will be the first cook in our family to go bald. None of us have gone bald. And I'm like, well, someone's got to be the first. And one day he just took a razor and buzzed it. Didn't tell me he was going to do it. Nothing. And he was just like, what do you think? And I was like, oh, I like it. And then he just walked out of the room, and I was like, where are you going? Come here. And I looked at it and I rubbed my hand because it was like, you know, just like sticking up in the places that he still had hair, and the rest there was no hair. And I was just rubbing it, and I was like, I love it. And he goes, really? You like it? And I was like, yes, I love it. So he's not going to try any hair growth things or anything like that. Because I like it. So he's good with it now. But every time I kept telling him, you're getting a cute little bald spot back there, he'd be like, no, cooks do not lose their hair. We don't go bald. I'm like, well, guess what? You are. And then I got him, I think it was for his birthday last year. I got him a pair of shorts that said, just another sexy bald guy. It says it on the leg of the shorts. He wears them all the time. He loves them. Yeah, my hair is really thin, and I keep seeing these commercials for Nutrafol, something like that. It's the commercial I've seen. It's with a mother and a daughter, and I guess the daughter, supposedly these are real people. I guess the daughter lost hair after she had her baby, and the mom, I guess, went into menopause about the same time, and she started losing hair. So the daughter got on the medicine, or it's not medicine, it's a supplement. So she started taking them first, and then the mom started taking them. Because my hair, I used to have to get like the thick things for my ponytail. And now it's so thin that I can't even like I could barely wrap. I don't have one right here with me. I usually have them like on my wrist or somewhere. I don't even have any in my drawer. I used to could barely get one around it twice. And now I can wrap one around 3 or 4 times. So, and the other day, Nutraceutical, Nioxin. Now, this is a prescription. It's called minoxidil. And it was used to treat something else before hair loss. And I don't remember what it is. I should remember. But I do remember we had kids in pediatrics was on it. And they grew hair everywhere. That's why I don't want to take that one. My hair's just a little thin. I don't want to. I don't want to grow hair everywhere. I'm talking back face, like here on the face. It was some kind of a hypertension. It wasn't like blood pressure. It was. There are other types of hypertension besides blood pressure, and I can't remember. I've forgotten now what it was. All right, come on, StreamYard. Don't tell me to wait.
No, Chris, yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
They're at sidebar.
Some space here, please.
Well, I know that I have scalp psoriasis, and that happened, and I had to get off of it. I didn't have to get off of it. I quit going to the dermatologist because they said I owed them money that I don't owe them. So, therefore, I had to get off my medicine because I Yeah, Travis is like, well, you always complain about it being so thick. Now you want it thick again. I'm like, yeah, I know. I can't be satisfied. Be happy it's not thick anymore.
All right, jurors, I'm going to give you the instructions now in the law. But first, I want to thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict, but before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you the instructions concerning the law. These instructions are divided. The first part is provided in A. Second part is in this case. To give you directions, try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. Lawyers or witnesses may suggest something about the law. That's necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility of the judge and mine alone to instruct you what the law is. I'll now turn to part one of these instructions, which are general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I've mentioned to you at the beginning of the trial, there's a fundamental rule applies to all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented at this trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I'll explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. She does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence convince you the defendants to a reasonable and more certain reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn back conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. How do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven that each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk about the roles we all have. First, the function of the jury. You are the most important people in this room. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and yours alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must decide the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have seen, heard in this courtroom, and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion, sympathy, passion, or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, verdicts must be based on and on the evidence and the facts that you find and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in the case. However, I have no opinion about how you should decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during this trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on your evaluation of the evidence.
Can you repeat that, Bev?
The arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during the trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. The verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, and the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits that were introduced in this trial. You will have those exhibits with you in the deliberation room. In addition, as you heard during the trial, the prosecution and defendant agreed that certain things are true. Therefore, you must accept those things as true. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as previous testimony of witnesses, police reports, autopsy and accident reconstruction reports, and perhaps other reports. You may naturally wonder why neither side has introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted. although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you review the exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed from there. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements and any comments they made are not evidence. If the lawyers or I made any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence and you must base your verdict only upon the evidence. In an interaction between a lawyer and a witness, you may consider only the witness's testimony as evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witness, that is, their answers to the questions and the exhibits are evidence. Finally, on this topic, if one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence and that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in the courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law. I allowed you folks to take notes during the trial deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your
That's
personal
unusual.
use. Please do not share them with the other jurors. Please consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. For each indictment, you must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that specific charge. Your decision as to each charge must be unanimous, meaning that all 12 deliberating jurors agree. You receive one verdict indictment. When all 12 jurors agree on a verdict for a particular indictment, the foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the slip in ink. For each charge, if you all agree that the Commonwealth is proven, you should find Ms. Reed guilty of that charge. On the other hand, if you all agree that the Commonwealth did not prove one or more elements of a particular charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be no charge. We took a view in this case. It seems like a very long time ago, but we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the patients and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. True about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was simply to help you make it in to seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. You should evaluate the testimony of a police officer in the same way you would evaluate anyone else's testimony. You must not automatically believe or disbelieve a witness just because the person is a police officer. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witnesses. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her ability and reliability, and only for this purpose. Also, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony, you consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. You have heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted test or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted tests or actions could reasonably or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involved factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. During the trial, I gave you some instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I'm going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained that Ms. Reed may have had with Mr. O'Keefe in Aruba and others in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29, 2022. Of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involved factual determination, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. During the trial, I gave you some instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I'm going to set charges contained in the indictments. You've heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed may have had with Mr. O'Keefe in Aruba and others in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as of her knowledge or intent or or motive on January 29, 2022. You may not consider the evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored the electronic communications were in fact John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, Michael Proctor, Brian Higgins, or others alleged to have authored or created them. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the persons alleged to have authored or transmitted or created the communications were the persons alleged to have done so, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding the case. Photographs have been entered into evidence, and in some instances, those photographs will be inside an envelope when they go back to you to the deliberation room. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that Ms. Reed was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you can reasonably infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Now, you have heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all of the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement rationally. You may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witnesses' testimony that I mentioned earlier, including had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true, appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the facts in the hypothetical were true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. You have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you do with respect to the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value, that they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have from them about the fact that sought to be proved. Indirect or circumstantial evidence alone is sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical way, but are not required to draw from evidence that you steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. And decide which seem more reasonable to you. Remember, whatsoever. An inference drawn from indirect need not you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or that the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable.
Bye, just because. Be careful.
The Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all of the evidence and the reasonable an example postal service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household hands you the mail and states that they observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the events with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether that witness was credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I've just described. You may have noticed that Ms. Reed did not testify at this trial. Defendant has an absolute right not to testify since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that Ms. Reed did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You're not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. Now that completes the first part of my instructions. Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe.
Didn't
So
beat him.
in that indictment, Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. Now I just wanted to debate him, so I want to make sure to do that right. So murder in the second degree. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove
Beat
the
him.
following elements. One,
I'm saying she
the
beat him.
defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Two, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to Ms. Reed, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has three sub-elements, which I shall call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of these three. The defendant intended John. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether John O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the second indictment is the indictment charging manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. And their lesser included offenses, explain those to you all. A motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the things, the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also when doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads, In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they have consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that the defendant's ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient by itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Under the second theory, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test or the test results. The fourth element the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently, that is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger of death, such as to run ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental. But it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in that category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well the defendant could see and control her vehicle.
That doesn't matter because
defendant's-
you didn't hit him with
the
the car.
condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what the time of day, the weather, and the condition
She
of the
didn't hit
road
him with
were.
the car, so it doesn't matter.
What any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with that lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So I'm going to define involuntary manslaughter for you. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. And third, the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant intended to cause the consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree. It is conduct involving undertakes with indifference or disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined that term. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you that charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also charges her with the lesser included offense. With that lesser included offense, the Commonwealth may prove the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. On the verdict slip, that just means you start from the top and you work your way down. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as previously instructed a few moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element, so I'll focus on that. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by not doing something that a reasonable person would not have. And by doing so, created an unnecessary other people. Do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. To act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or not have intended is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner, the defendant's physical condition.
We don't know.
The condition of the defendant's vehicle, the road it was, and who else was on the day. The conditions, pedestrian, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, you think are relevant. The manslaughter while the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide. And the lesser offense included offense of operating under the influence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, the defendant with manslaughter while revealing offenses. The
Yeah, instructions are long, but they're vital. But AJ hit the most important one that he was afraid she wouldn't give in closings. So at least we don't have to worry about her not giving that.
So the third indictment resulting in accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove six
There was
things
an
beyond a
accident.
reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated a motor vehicle on a public way or in a place which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. Fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed on the first and second elements. The other four elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define these any further, correct? Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. As a general rule, you're permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on and to kill that person or impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. Because of the anticipators that are commonly impaneled. However,
Come on,
to
StreamYard.
serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted. Because as I've indicated, it's important that we have extra jurors in case of an emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill or for some other reason had to be excused, we had the whole case all over again with the new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start deliberations from the beginning. Therefore, it's important that the alternates not discuss the case. All right. So I skipped the line. And when you return to exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you'll be using in returning your verdict. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision to any specific charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should consider each indictment individually and continue deliberating until you've reached a final verdict. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room, and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I remind
Every time I go to share my screen, it zooms in on Bev's face. It's quite terrifying. I hope it doesn't happen again.
simply for the purpose of reaching a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin by conducting an immediate, strong, and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing, and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions of evidence. Third, as you get involved in this case, consider this individual rather than articulate. I might ask myself, would I view the evidence
Dang it. This is getting old, StreamYard. Getting old.
answer a question or take a verdict from 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock. But I think you've all waited so long. Staff needs a luncheon break. You'll have lunch brought into you, and you can decide whether or not you want to stop your deliberations during lunch. You can deliberate. Still deliberating, I'll send in a note at tell on, including
Well, you couldn't hear anything because they were at sidebar. But I was trying to talk and then StreamYard crashed.
May I? Could the juror sitting in seat number 13 step down and take your place
Down
as an
and
alternate?
Where?
Could the juror?
StreamYard! Knock it off!
all
Can I
right.
swear in the court officer?
Yes, please do.
Could I have the court officers raise your right hands? Do you swear that you will keep this jury and alternates in some separate but convenient place them to agree that you not suffer any person to speak to them, and to speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse until they are discharged of their verdict.
Members, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you've heard here in court during the trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by the fullest discharge of your oaths. Retire and deliberate your verdict. I'm going to see counsel one more time.
What are we gonna do? We can continue to battle StreamYard and watch Proctor's testimony from the last trial. Or we can go our separate ways and I'll just keep an eye on it and then we can hop back on when there's a verdict. I don't care either way. If you guys don't mind it. I'm fine. But it's up to you.
Judge, the first thing is, counsel this morning, I believe that we were pretty close. We had that needed to be dealt with. Ms. Little, what number is that one again? 150?
Yes, this is exhibit 155.
155, and I'll let Ms. Little take it from there.
Yes, there's just one page, Your Honor. I believe, and my memory is not perfect, but I believe that we were going to have this redacted, subject to the same redactions from last trial. I think there's just one line here that needs to be redacted.
Okay, is the Commonwealth in agreement with that one line?
No objection. I believe it was redacted last time, so if defense
Okay.
wants to make that reduction, you can go into evidence.
Great.
I'll see if I have a Sharpie and maybe I can just take it.
I think we probably have one here you can have.
I definitely have one somewhere.
What? They don't have the
That's number
exhibits
one.
ready to
And
go
number two
back?
Is
I-
can you look at the exhibit and just tell me if what's in front of it, if they're okay with it.
They don't have.
That's not you.
They don't even have the exhibits ready to go back. Yeah, but I still have to stream it. Because I haven't quite figured out how to record something and do it. I've tried 2 different ways and I can't get it to work right. And not only that, I still have to use StreamYard, whether it's recorded or not. There are other ones. There are other programs. I just like StreamYard the best, and it seems like this is what everyone uses. I just don't care for the others. I'm not as familiar with them. They just sent the jury out, but they're finalizing what they need to finalize with the evidence, which I think should have already been done. They always complained about wasting the jury's time. They should have had it all ready to go already. Because now they're back in the jury room waiting to get the stuff they need to deliberate.
Just want him first. Mr. Rose, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will keep that jury in some separate but convenient place so they agreed that you not suffer any person to speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agreed, nor suffer them to disperse and they charge their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Simply because you weren't in the
I understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip. Our concern with this verdict slip is that there are 7 options for guilty. And we're concerned that this is too confusing for the jury. So the options for each of the charges, including the offense charged and each one of the lesser included offenses. We really ran into the same issue last time. I think what complicates it is the fact that there are 2 theories for 2 of the lesser included.
Do you suggest that doesn't accurately reflect the law?
It does reflect the law. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it makes things very confusing, and that's why we believe that it cries out for some not guilty option in the amount of convictions on this verdict slip. So
Okay.
we again ask the court to adopt our proposed verdict slip.
So your proposed verdict slip did not cite any case law. Do you have any case law?
There's not a lot of.
Does there
case law
have
out
to
there
be?
in This verdict slip either.
Other than that has never been proven, has never been found to be inaccurate.
Not yet.
Okay.
And I mean that
So,
with all
so
respect.
that's fine. So your rights are reserved. Does that help you?
Right, well, all we can do is object to it, and you make
Okay.
you make the decision.
Okay.
Judge, the last couple.
If you find authority for that, let me know.
We'll do.
Okay.
The last couple of things, judges, that we were provided with a clean
Laptop?
computer laptop. Thanks. With a clean laptop. Defense counsel had a chance to, or at least defense had a chance to look at it, and I think that's fine. But
All right. So we'll send that in with the exhibits. I need to go edit my charge to fix all the typos.
and then the final thing is I provided counsel with the exhibit list that we had, and it was satisfactory for both sides.
Great.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay. Now all we can do is wait and pray, or whatever you guys do. Let's see, how am I going to do this? I guess. I guess I'm going to pull up Court TV on my iPad so I can keep an eye on this.
There's no way that happened, but their ending was good. They being the prosecution, recalled to some of the things that the defense did. The most ridiculous thing I think they did was presented this whole thing about.
I was like, what in the heck? Where's that coming from? Stop it. Turn off sound. I don't want to hear you. Okay, so we're going to go Court TV so I can keep an eye on this. No, we're not, because my iPad's out of battery. Judy's going to keep an eye on it for us. Well, I try to find. I do. I can message her. This says it's his cross. No, I want the whole time. I don't want. No. No, I want the whole thing. Why is it only giving me cross? Probably because that's all anybody wants, but I want the whole thing. Because didn't Lally bring up? I'm sorry. Here, I'll start my camera so you can see me. Hi, guys. I know. Yeah, they will be confused again. Absolutely, they will be confused again. We need his whole testimony, right? Not just his cross. Because didn't Lally bring up because he thought he was going to be smart and get out in front of it? And he brought it up, right? And had Proctor read his own text messages. And now I can only find stuff for the new trial. Come on. I put 2024 and it's still giving me. Oh, wait. No, that's continues his testimony. It says discretion advised. Testimony includes strong language. Oh, here we go. I think. I found it. Wait, what channel is this before I do it? Ah, it's NBC10. That should be.
Affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no. One of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case with us. And they know why. But it's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to.
And there's one instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more like text message threat communication, then you may not consider consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right, with that, can we bring the witness in?
Welcome, Steph. Stand in case the clerk takes one in.
He's almost been the evidence of the court during the case down here. All truth and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Good morning, Trooper.
Yes, sir.
Former trooper, now. Oh, no, this is cross.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
Well, dang it. Why can I only find the cross? Oh, no. I don't want to get it from Divinity's channel. Divinity, but I don't think she's going to let me use her stuff. Dang. Okay. I guess we're just going to watch this cross. I can't find the... Okay. We're just going to watch this cross. I don't know why I can't find the thread. Yes, trial one. Trial one, Proctor. This is his cross-examination. Try to find his direct. I can't find it.
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS messages 7 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as, for identification as next in order.
All right, if you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Your Honor, may I stand at council table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamp number. Next packet will be 2680 through 2685. Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark ZZ. The second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662 and 2679. The next is just 2 pages, 2623 and 2624. The next packet would be 2518 and 2526. Of the death of a Boston.
Whoop. I was trying to get through the boring part and I went too far.
Yes, sir.
You respond.
I did it again.
Sir, it's
Sorry.
sir, it's
Darn it.
sir, it's
Remember that it's EB through triple H
Thank you.
for identification.
Thank you. All right, go right ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who was fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes,
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you were thinking?
no, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some
He
idea.
has-
Yeah, maybe
Said the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
that's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner is a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get finish
Some-
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote
I never
that the
heard-
homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Jeez.
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so.
I never
you can
heard that
answer
term before. Even though I saw
And the
this
puddle
trial,
part
I
means
still
drunk or wasted, right?
didn't know what that meant.
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that, correct?
That's stupid.
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight piece is underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
for
or no?
medical.
That's yes or
No,
no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
That's hilarious.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Poor Kanye.
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. It was still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had.
Oh, yeah, it is. It
Physical
is.
altercation leading to the death. Correct?
Absolutely, Terry.
Correct.
Median material.
So when you just said, initially, we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware
The Kanye and the Diddy's trial.
initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes,
Who's Bear?
that's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
Or broken bones.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
Enough to
60
knock
plus.
a person out of the shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall off right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
You're supposed to say overruled.
After
Dummy.
you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You
We
didn't
knew-
care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No. I
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement. according to-
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Oh,
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
I do, sir. Yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip the next page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. "5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?"
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th. And everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But
No, it
that
didn't.
wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
No,
We'll
no,
see.
they didn't.
Let's keep
They
reading,
didn't.
shall we?
You lying.
5051, a little further down, says, gotta be, I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to
That's
the
more
mindset to that comment. I'm
It's
not,
in the way, doesn't
I
it?
wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears and he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough
Even if he
investigation,
did something
correct?
wrong,
Correct.
it wouldn't be right for her to kill him.
But sir, you didn't
What
have
kind of response is
all
that?
accounts.
Are you kidding me?
Did you?
How did I not realize he said that? Like, yeah, the whack job, see you next Tuesday, I remembered. Why did I not remember the rest of that? By all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. So what? Even if he did do something wrong, that wouldn't give anybody the right to run him over. What kind of a remark is that? Oh my God. You know what? Wiggles, you were right. It does work better when it's not live. I probably shouldn't have said that. I probably just jinxed myself now. I wonder if it's because we're probably the only people in the world watching this right now. Or I'm probably the only person streaming it right now. So StreamYard can handle it. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know why. I do know why. The see you next Tuesday part shocked me so much that it didn't even dawn on me the other part of what he said. He actually said, by all accounts, he did nothing wrong. Like, it would have been okay if he had done something wrong that she tried to run over him. Although we know she didn't, but I'm just saying. What a weirdo.
What I meant by
In your investigation?
Yeah,
the account we had was taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to
Oh,
was
wait.
my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
Wait. Is he talking about he didn't do anything wrong? Is he talking about John or is he talking about... Okay, maybe I misunderstood. He's talking about Brian Albert didn't do anything wrong. Okay, I misunderstood him then. He put the other two in the same text, so I was thinking he was talking about John O'Keefe didn't do anything wrong, that his girlfriend was a whack job, see you next Tuesday, and just decided to run him over. But maybe he was talking about Brian Albert not doing anything wrong. He's still a weirdo. Missing, apparently.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least?
He's
Or she
hiding
hot at least? Question mark.
somewhere.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
Yeah, you talk weird too to me.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body or physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's
He's been
sustained.
hiding, I'm
You
telling
can-
you.
The
He's
content's
laying
fine. You
low.
have to ask it differently.
He's laying low till this trial's over.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Overwhelming amount of
That's what I
evidence.
meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because
Lolly's gonna object.
5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating.
Lolly's gonna
When you
object.
said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant.
Objection.
Told you.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good. No ass bitch. Right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And
Dang.
how did you respond
Gee.
to Bird saying, good, no bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. And a person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I am a nurse, and I thought I had heard every slang word for every body part there is. I had never heard balloon knot. And then after this trial, maybe, I don't know, 3 months after, maybe a few months after, I was watching Watcher. I don't remember what episode it was, what they were doing. I don't remember if it was Ghost Files or Too Many Spirits or what. I don't remember what it was. Shane said balloon knot, and I was like, oh my God. It must be more common than I realized, because leave it to Shane. I'd never heard it before, but apparently it's more common than I realized, because it was right months apart. I heard it from 2 different people, but I had never heard of it before. But apparently I can see it, because a balloon knot does kind of look like a rectum or like an anus. So yeah, I can see it, but boy, I hope I don't get in trouble for saying that word on YouTube. It's a body part. Oh, but there's other body parts that you can't say. So anyway. No, if she not found guilty, then what if she's found not guilty, either way, if it's over, yeah, yeah, of course it was Shane. If it's over, it's over. Like, either way, if she's found not guilty or guilty, either way, there won't be another trial. The only reason for him to stay in hiding is if it's a hung jury and there's another trial. I mean, I don't know for sure he's in hiding. That's just the rumor that's going around. But he wasn't called as a witness, so that doesn't necessarily mean he's in hiding, because I don't think that the Commonwealth wanted to call him. I thought the defense wanted to call him and couldn't find him, but that could have just been a rumor that was going around.
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior?
Whoa.
I was not aware of that.
Yikes.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir.
I'm sorry. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
And he's thinking, I wish it did.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see it. Sidebar, take that down, please.
You are unmuted.
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Miss Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said.
Oh, Bev,
Was
that
there a
was
continued
uncalled
discussion
for.
that finished on this subject matter?
That is not how you treat an attorney if you're a judge.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
You know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
I think
In
it's
the
kind of
investigation part,
ironic you
absolutely.
give that
Through these text
definition.
messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text,
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. It's part of your job, correct?
correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024 that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said?
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished.
Yep, that's good advice too. Don't write down anything you don't want somebody else to read.
Now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Would that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this, because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's
So,
correct.
so your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do know the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And
Is it knowing somebody a relationship?
Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland.
All right, StreamYard, don't start.
Sir, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a
relations.
good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question. I know these three individuals, from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families? How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence. And where relationships are concerned,
Oh,
you
he's
ignore
gonna
that in
object.
terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabes because you don't know the McCabes. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You
Jeff.
can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question?
I'll let him have it.
And it was Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why are you sustaining it?
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Why do you think they're going to deadlock again? It's only been an hour. Usually quick verdicts mean guilty. They have a lot of evidence to go over.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert. Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Oh, no relationship though.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4.
Act like you don't know.
All right. If you would turn to tab 4,
And what was this marked for ID?
this was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
Zoom time. Can we move to Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please? That's triple C, isn't Charlie? Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you would turn to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that vet out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them. Correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2020.
I don't see anything on Court TV. I see chatter about maybe a question in the chat. Oh. It does say defense team is headed back in the courtroom. It says the deliberation clock is still going, though. Well, I can't find Court TV. I guess we're going to do... I have Law and Crime on the laptop, but I can't find it on my desktop. So I guess we can do... Well, I had Law and Crime a minute ago. Now I can't find Law and Crime. Oh, there it is. Well, Court TV said that the defense team is headed back into the courtroom. I want to use Court TV. I don't want to use Law and Crime. I don't like Law and Crime. Here we go. I found it.
Day, but ultimately the Monday or Tuesday going into next week, her life is going to change.
Yeah.
It's either going to change in a good way because this will be off her shoulders with a not guilty verdict, or she'll be found guilty of something and find herself in the prison on some level.
Or hung jury.
If there's another hung jury, this prosecution will go after her again.
I don't know. Let's find out from our guest. Joining us now, defense attorney, former head prosecutor Bob Bianchi, and former head prosecutor. It begs the question, if there is a hung jury on any of the three charges, and then lessers too, would you try this case again?
Oh, wow. First of all, happy Friday, guys. Sorry, my studio fell apart for some reason, so this is what you get. But that's a great question. I used to look at things differently. One, the evidence in this case, to me, even if I believe the person is guilty, was so convoluted, confusing. We had so many issues with the way the investigation took place. If I never was in this position, but two cases that a jury could not come to a conclusion of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, I personally, on a case like this, would not go forward a third time. I know that I would share a minority view here, and that another school of thought would be, if I believe she's guilty, try again until you get the conviction, and that's valid too. And for me personally, I've got so many problems with the way this case was investigated that I'm queasy about it, just generally speaking.
You know, and folks, we're just standing by to find out what's going on. As you saw there, that was just moments ago when Karen Read was returning to the courtroom. As soon as we find out what's going on or have an opportunity to take you there, we will do that. Bob, one of the other considerations as a former prosecutor, you tell me, is the amount of money that a county or whatever is willing to spend on a case. What we know is that a lot of money, maybe close to $500,000 was spent just on experts this go round by prosecutors. Does that factor into a decision to say, okay, we're going to go back and do this again?
No, I don't think it factors in at all. You know, we're government officials. It's funny money. It's taxpayer money, right? So that's one of the advantages a prosecutor has, and it's a tremendous advantage. Not only do you have an incredible amount of power, an incredible amount of discretion that is in the hands of a good prosecutor, a good thing, in the hands of a bad prosecutor, not a good thing, but you do have, quote unquote, unlimited. Now, they're not unlimited resources, but again, if I really believe the person was guilty,
What I have on my laptop is different than what is going on my desktop. I don't know why. Why? It should be the same thing. Oh, well, that's why. I wasn't all the way to live with my laptop. Well, that explains that. Okay, back to Court TV. That was my bad. Oh, wait, let's look and see what the chat says. No, X full screen. Even though I hate cartoons.
there really would be no cost.
Hate
That would not enter my lexicon, my equation at all, in the least.
Fair enough. Judge, do you think, now, as a, you know, I'm more sort of a criminal defense attorney, so, you know, when we start talking about 3 times, 4 times, 5 times retrying someone, I wonder if you feel like maybe there should be some
got hit by a car. There's great lawyers. If the Lexus didn't hit, you must have
but
quit.
there is a way to accomplish that limit. The judge, we looked this up together, and the law in the state has the ability to dismiss either with or without prejudice, meaning it can be brought again or
found
not.
guilty of
New
jaywalking,
charges.
bed will
So
throw
the
the book.
reality is the judge has a say in it, and she may step in and say, no, thank you, we're not doing it again. Bob, beyond, I don't know if you had a chance to watch closing arguments. Of course, it's first followed by the Commonwealth. And if you want to watch great attorneys, to me, you watch this trial because they're very good attorneys. They know what they're doing. And I felt like the Commonwealth really stuck to the data, the science. They really said, listen, the defense experts didn't have any science. And the defense leaned into Proctor and the investigation and some of the emotional pieces of it I thought that they brought out. How much does this affect a jury if it does the closing arguments?
I think closing arguments affect the jury tremendously. I believe opening statements are more persuasive in my mind, however, than closings. But closings, look, when you try a case, at least when I train people on how to try a case, whether you're a defense lawyer or prosecutor, I say you need to go to what you want to say in summation. Because as you know, you can only comment on the evidence that was adduced during the course of the trial and reasonable inferences drawn from that. I'm preparing a side case right now. I know what I want to be able to say to that jury. I map that out first, and then I back my way into the witnesses and the evidence that I'm going to need to make sure that one, I have it. Two, that it's admissible. You got to make sure that the light of the evidence will jury so the jury can listen to it. And then third, so I'd be able to go in my summation and say the things I want to say because I've already built my case from the summation first. So look, I mean, emotions are important. The defense only has to play to one juror. Of course, they want an outright acquittal, but they want to be able to get openings here where the prosecutors always want to be more methodical. The prosecutors don't want to work so much on emotion. They want to work on hardcore, solid evidence that's going to convince that jury beyond a reasonable doubt in a dispassionate way. Last point, emotionally in the case, then there could be something where the jurors say, I don't know whether I trust this prosecutor. That's why prosecutor summations and defense are always so different.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the prosecution in this case took that methodical approach, the more scientific approach this time. All right, Bob, stand by. Folks, we're standing by to figure out what exactly is going on in the courtroom. We showed you about 10 minutes ago. Karen Reed returned to the courthouse. So what we'll do here, we'll take a break. And coming up, Court TV's Matt Johnson will join us live from outside that courthouse with all the latest. So keep it here on Court TV.
Okay, I guess we wait. Come on, it's too early for the jury not to be getting along.
2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
Read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Do not talk to anyone, and that includes each other. So when you walk out the deliberation door, you have to stop talking about this case. Even when you come into the courtroom, don't mutter anything to each other, certainly not on the ride or anything. Even if you get here before, then either. And that goes for the alternates as well. So we really appreciate that. Watch your social media use and the papers and the news. Stay away from all of that if you can this weekend. We'll see you Monday morning, ready to start fresh.
All right, let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who is live outside of the courthouse. First of all, not surprising, the jury said, hey, we're ready to go home. It's been a long day. Tell us then, what is the mood at the courthouse?
Yeah, day one of verdict watch in the Karen Read murder retrial has officially wrapped up for the day after 1 hour, 47 minutes. I'm going to step out because there's huge crowds forming in front of the Dedham courthouse here. You see
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. in February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either Julie or Albert mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have.
Yes.
Is that too fast? I can slow it down a little bit.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with, why don't you show it to him? I may have the wrong report. Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
Typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough. You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion to the Proctor. Just focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your reflection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
you received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. If you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, how did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous. You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, it was fine. Just a quick convo, correct?
Yes.
You're literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
I get why it was sustained the first time. Why was it sustained the second time? You're not supposed to do that, Proctor. Former trooper Michael Proctor. Wonder if that's one of the reasons why you're a former trooper Michael Proctor instead of a current trooper Michael Proctor. You're not supposed to do that. Or accept gifts.
You are unmuted.
May I? Yes, thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous. That's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
Were they taken to the police station? Was it recorded?
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Newsworthy stuff.
Don't know the exact date or
She
content.
shouldn't have been
Well,
informed
the day
of
the incident,
anything.
You began letting her know.
None
that
of
you were
her
involved, that you had been
business.
assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case.
Correct.
It was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay. This one. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668?
Correct. I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide, and you wrote don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
And it broke it.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
No,
Did you
that's
take
not
her
what she was doing.
This is your livelihood.
That's
I would never
no,
mess with that.
that's
As a warning from her that you shouldn't be
No.
investigating a case that involved close friends.
that's not
Absolutely
what
not.
she meant.
That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
Yeah.
A couple of minutes
I
later,
agree with
3:07
him
on
there.
January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just
You're
that
gonna
part.
interview, why you're going to interview him.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as, you got to be kidding me, the Alberts are involved? And
No, absolutely not.
then you wrote, it's
That's
not a big
what
deal,
she meant.
correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
I
But
bet
she
I
did write,
know
I bet I know the
person.
person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
The
And she's
person
close to
that
Julie and Chris.
killed him?
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Yeah, a big one.
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of, correct?
Objection.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
That would have been
Yes.
so
And
good.
you were
for
discussing
the
the
jury
fact
to
that,
hear.
to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's her. The way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised, shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found in the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them.
Objection.
Allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes.
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes.
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
Yes.
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
Correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
So the only information, we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer
Are
that?
brothers and sisters really that close?
The information that I
I
shared with my
haven't
sister
talked to my brothers in
contained
years.
within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone, or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
Tab page 2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lowell, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way.
That's his
Did you pull phone
job.
records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case? Gracefully?
The phone records of,
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses,
legal people, whatever.
we didn't pull phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John Keith's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the communication between the witness on the case and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you.
Why?
Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek the phone records?
No.
That
Did
goes
Courtney ever
to a
tell you she
Bowden
had consistent
defense.
communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way. During the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
That
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Bowden
Mr.
defense.
Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
All my brothers are
Colin
alive.
Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before
My half
anyone
brothers.
from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough. as
They were
possible,
grown.
Yes.
Well, the
If
youngest
someone
one
word
was
for
still a
something,
kid.
You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you?
If-
You can have that.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7. Oh, what is
You're
it?
not missing anything,
Oh,
Carla.
sorry, I thought it was on the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had?
I'm an only child too.
5th, 2022.
I'm a
Again,
dad.
no.
Do you think it would refresh your
only child.
recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
I'm my mom's baby, and I'm the only girl. So I'm spoiled rotten.
Take a look at that. First, let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
I'm sorry, Jill. That's hard. Yeah, me and my sister-in-law split too, but my husband's in full support of that. She watches the tax registries because she wants to steal our house. She thinks we're going to default on our taxes for some reason. I don't know why she thinks that. And for crying out loud, nobody wants to live where we live. I don't want to live where we live. Nobody can find our house. We live way out in the middle of nowhere.
Mariana?
Yes.
This is going to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes for your interview with Juliana Nagel.
Yes.
Your Honor, with course permission to change my mind, I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection sustained?
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation For the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense?
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano?
You know, there are some people that just like drama. My husband's ex, I tried to be her friend. I really did. And I remember one day she was bitching and moaning about, I don't have any friends. And I said, I'm your friend. And she said, no, you're not. You're my ex's wife. And I said, maybe that's why you don't have any friends. Because she does stupid crap like that and offends everybody.
Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
You excluded the
Yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
at the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one, you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed. When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you
Well,
not?
that's better than nothing.
Along with Trooper Zach Clark.
One at a time. I
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Alan McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m. Correct?
Correct.
Alan McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went about that time.
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Alan McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of it tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Alan McCabe were telling the truth about the time they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that alone?
I did not.
Let me take a look at tab 8. Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take morning recess, and I'll see Councilor Zaga. 15, 20 minutes.
Did you review a Life 360?
Kind of handle that, so I'm not.
Hang on, Bill. Hang on, baby.
Nobody makes it.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrite report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Guarino was our cell phone expert. Kind of handled that, so I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that, it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence, 34 Fairview in Canton?
2 miles?
How about from the McCabe residence? Again, don't give me any address. Through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvassed the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who's that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you can. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for a camera, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I had no request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
Or assistance from Canton PD officers.
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list, is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within us, so it's
All right, StreamYard. Stop it.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert?
Yes.
Julie Albert?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
Her husband, Matt McCabe?
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antono, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Oh.
Why did you say that?
He lied.
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning.
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
He was like
thought it
the
testified
town
that's what he
manager or whatever
Jenny,
they're
with that?
called.
Objection.
That's his case.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was no body on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn?
Honor.
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike that.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the
Why?
entire time you've been in charge of this investigation?
I
Lucky Loughran
so don't
and his
understand her
observations?
rulings.
Not until Sergeant Mechanic and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought it to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As a lead investigator and case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility.
Lead
and your obligation to
investigator
investigate
and
all
case
potential
agent.
individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive and opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Could you, what
I
was your
didn't hear
answer?
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
It's
She actually said the word. Oh my God.
something, evidence we have.
Did
here
you
with the
guys
cell phones
hear that?
reiterates that fact.
She actually said the
when you
word
decided
overruled.
that you were going to make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called it, the girl, was going to have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation. You didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent? No. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to.
Keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor.
Didn't
Okay.
know that
Yes,
was a
Go ahead.
fight
You just did
though.
this. Didn't have any indication of any intent. You just sorry.
Yes.
Yes. He just admitted he'd figure out motive later. He's just gonna
Motive
put
means
it
an
on the
opportunity. We talked a
girl.
little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. So physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes. And that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the opposite of the case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Mechanic and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed?
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding? Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages, sent us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil,
your answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
You're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognize that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get to a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe. They were friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
No, one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpret that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fight stances.
Playful. I still
But you
don't
waited
get
until February 10th to interview him, correct? His phone. Is that right?
I still don't get why he keeps making a big deal about the fighting stances at the bar. I guess they were just joking around. I mean, you're not going to practice how you're going to beat somebody up while you're at a bar, are you? I mean, that's not my lifestyle, so I guess I don't know, but I don't think that's something you would normally do, no matter how drunk you are. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so, though. I could be wrong, I guess. That's just not my lifestyle, but maybe they were so drunk they thought they would need to practice. I don't know.
All right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right? Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert? That right?
I wasn't aware of
that.
I don't know what the call was about.
Sorry, finish that.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated with the
Never asked.
place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Well, then why was there an order to preserve your phone if you don't get witnesses' phones?
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding.
Right. I get that. But Alan Jackson kept asking what it was, and they kept saying they were just horsing around and playing around. And then he kept saying that it was like a prelude to what was going to happen at the house with John. And I don't understand the connection of them being rowdy at a bar while they're drunk to them planning to beat up John. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Well, yeah. Yeah, that is an easy way to pick a fight. But were they like practicing, which is kind of the way that Alan Jackson, like, I get the defense. I'm with Alan Jackson. I'm with the defense's theory, except for the fighting in the bar thing. The way they, every time you ask somebody, the way they've explained it is just horsing around. That's, yeah, guys are big kids. They play fight like they're stupid little 6-year-olds. Yeah. But this makes sense. Yeah, and the conversation being like, let me show you what I'm going to do to him. That makes sense. But phrasing it like they were practicing or setting the stage for what was going to happen later, I was not following that line of questioning. I'm like, why does he keep bringing this up like that? They were just being stupid and drunk in a bar and messing with each other. But I don't, like, I would not think it was that relevant if I was on the jury. I would be like, so what? They were goofing off in a bar. They were drunk out of their head.
Doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
Oh.
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the
I
investigation.
suppose that could happen.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG, triple G is in golf. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
From Manor, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those are your two responses, right?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr.
Like they got themselves worked up playing and it turned into I'm mad and I want to hit somebody. That I can understand too.
Dr. Scortibello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
The reason you referred to Dr. Scortibello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scortibello?
I don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She's a whack job, sarcastically.
A sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be determined to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
Oh.
I'm trying to run.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course, it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time. It was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, and of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
What's this for identification? Is it
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel. Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
so I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base
Sure, it's
stamp number?
2632.
Why don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a minute,
sorry,
please?
the face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Got it. Within that packet, we'll turn to 2632.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper Chico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper Chico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
You know, when Trooper Chico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper Chico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not
And
looking so much
that
for her
could
opinion
have
as looking to
been,
give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
oh, yeah. The yeah, like I don't, yeah, he's not very eloquent, is he? That response, or I don't know if it was a response to something else or not. Oh, well, maybe not. I was going to say rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting the homicide determination. I was going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that that was just like a really bad joke. But then at the bottom down here, he says not good enough, should have had me and Jeff do it. So it wasn't just ribbing him. It was for sure, yeah. He's saying if he had done it, it would have been a homicide. So it wasn't just a harmless ribbing him. It was, he meant it.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Mechanic.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case. That was your response, correct? You explained how much effort you went to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
No, not at all.
Did Chico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and you.
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was busting your chops about.
We wouldn't never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, suicide and overdose. So it's common. They have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
No.
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Ms. Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
objection.
Sustained.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge it. Is that right?
Yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged, right?
Correct.
That's how you make the case cut and dry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted?
No, not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area.
Not that area, meaning,
No.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebrite report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Would that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jimmy Cave's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No.
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
No.
Colin Albert's?
No.
Chris Albert's?
No.
Julie Albert's?
No.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Right. That never crossed his
Or you
mind.
never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was complete.
There's probably
and thorough,
pictures of him when
accurate, I should say.
Colin was in his sister's wedding.
Let me ask it a different
As
way.
a
Did you ever ask
ring
Jennifer McCabe whether
bearer.
or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Ms. McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone extraction on it.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, inflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
You even put it in that text message, not Cat, it's total opposite. They had to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the reason for, one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
You could turn to tab 13, please.
The only interview conducted
I.
at the police station.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to
I
page
forgot about
2591,
this.
with the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him, and we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation.
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses? And he shouldn't even be having contact with you. Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe Professor Mullaney and Sarah.
Mullaney in as well, interviewing her. Respond, line them in 2. That would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and that you can't.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry. Yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark. Then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. The witnesses in the recording here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
No.
He was referring to an interview.
Yep, that confirms it. StreamYard is in on the Canton conspiracy. Right before we got to the good part, it crashed. Right before.
Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You then answered, I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that? I don't know. Take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother.
Objection.
Sustain, ask it differently, Mr.
Where you would get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother.
No.
Never crossed your mind. Why didn't you go ahead and use the recording room?
We typically don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago. You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustain.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it?
No.
What did you answer?
No.
What did you say?
That we didn't use it. You,
When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use
Why
the
we
recording
didn't use it. He
room.
just said that.
no, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it.
You just said it.
Informants.
No.
You don't remember that?
Not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way.
He just
If you weren't
said that.
concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews.
Yeah, it is. Quit being extra, StreamYard.
So what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of, does that refresh your recollection? 19th, 22?
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication. I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
So is it true that at 7/20, July 2020, quote, found your badge in my cruiser this morning, end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, my mailbox. Did I take my gun? And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't
I'm
know.
not asking you about his BAC Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you been drunk before? You've been drunk.
Yes, sir.
We've all been drunk before. Right?
Yeah.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
He left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, dropped him off.
And he lost his gun and badge.
Page 2006.
And then just leave it in my mailbox.
Tell me when you see that.
Okay, see it.
All right, publish.
Yes.
2606. Kevin Albert responded, it's bad, exclamation point, exclamation point. I was hungover for sure today, exclamation point, exclamation point. Couple tonight to make me feel good, end quote, correct?
Correct.
Oh my God, I don't understand.
Does that refresh your recollection? The two of you have been out drinking the night before.
I'm
Got so
not a
drunk,
drinker. I don't
couldn't find his
understand.
badge.
Why are you going to do something that makes you feel so bad the next day?
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
And you're in your cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
I'm going to change gears. Trooper Proctor, you personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did. At the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct? Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you? Honor?
Yes.
You can take a look at that.
Mhm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That photograph of you, I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital. And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
So I think I just marked them. 568. Thank you.
Thank you.
You ready? May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this? Do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes. First, what items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well.
Yes.
Okay. And those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants.
Yes.
And you see to the leftmost portion of the screen, a chair.
Hey, look at
I do.
those legs.
On that chair.
My binder.
That's your portfolio.
It is.
That's something that you
His
carry
legs are
routinely as you're
perfect.
investigating, during the course of your investigations.
Yes.
You're keeping notes and things of that nature.
He
Yes.
does not look like he was hit with a car. I'm sorry, but
You
I was
indicated
a nurse
that
for
you
17
took
years.
possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital.
Never
You
seen
bagged
a traffic
bagged the
accident with
AGD them?
perfect
Yes.
legs
And then
like
what did you
that.
do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Mechanic's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in this pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went. Sergeant Mechanic, Sergeant Testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility,
Yes.
the DA's office?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Mechanic and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on that in that area, and then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they're secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence office. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
How
Yes.
come
Where's that
every
physical log?
answer? How come every answer sounds like an excuse? Seriously, the way he answers, like Idaho said, it sounds like a 14-year-old girl answering. Yeah, it sounds like a little kid trying to, getting caught and trying to make up an excuse on the spot. Almost every question, the way he answers.
I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that, so I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So as a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The
The fact of the matter
lead,
is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th.
the
when they were taken
lead
to the crime lab.
investigator should
That's when the clothing was
be
transported to
in
the lab.
charge of
And
that.
that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't.
Oh, she said overruled again.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As a case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control of?
8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in.
It's a good thing there wasn't a good log of all the times he went out there and put more taillight pieces in the yard, because then that would be suspicious. And we don't want to be suspicious, do we?
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Go to take his son home. Go to Rabbi. To take his son home. To take his son home.
Our system where labels are created and it generates the time and date that a label's created. And then it shows that it's at our office in a secure facility and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created?
I agree with Jill. Don't stop, Judy.
They were stored in a secured facility, a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes,
And you originally claimed that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you
He
did not seize Miss Reed's
lied in
vehicle until
numerous
5:30 p.m. on January
affidavits
29th.
under oath.
Right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
Whoops.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time?
So
Or seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. We
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0.
I think they all shaved their heads.
They were typos,
There's a
sir.
bunch of bald ones in that
Okay.
unit or whatever they call it.
Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD, to the Sallyport garage, before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case, Trooper Proctor. Is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but two barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough. They're both closer, as crow flies, than the Canton PD Sally Port, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sally Port at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that
I wonder
That sounds
why. Why would
About
you do that,
3 minutes.
Prosper?
34 Fairview?
Yes.
So you'd be closer so you can play evidence? What?
Just moving on.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you were the lead case officer on this case. That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Well, you sucked at
And you
that
obviously are
too.
aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you were to come.
Sucked
that you
at
might come in possession
everything.
of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300.
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right? 2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided a discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound that right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one at the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out now.
There's 2 different ones. There's a main driveway camera and then there's an exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes.
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looks sort of mainly black and grainy.
Yes.
And another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That's the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your testimony.
Yeah, those 2 videos I'm referring to in the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had that video surveillance, you had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sally Port, right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. It was the exterior Sally Port video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about the video inside the Sally Port. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that? And clarify it.
I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sally Port, right?
Objection.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sally Port? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you'd obtained and reviewed the Sally Port garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sally Port, it would clearly show that Ms. Reed's vehicle arrived 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that.
No,
withholding
but
that.
the jury gets to decide if they're telling the truth or not.
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sally Port garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Was it? No, allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustain.
Your Honor, how's it?
I'll see you at sidebar if you want.
Okay, please.
I think I asked Peter. I hate that his chat is so freaking huge that he rarely answers a question unless it's a super chat. And then if he doesn't understand your question, he doesn't answer it correctly. But I asked, how come if an objection gets sustained, the jury's supposed to not pay attention to the answer or the question.
You are unmuted.
But that everybody always says, but the jury heard it. So people in chat were telling me, because we're human and we heard it, we're going to remember it. And I'm like, well, yeah, I know that, guys. But then when Peter read it, he was like, well, what lawyers have said that? I didn't hear any lawyers say that. I was like, I wanted to reach into the TV and shake him. I wasn't talking about lawyers in the case have said that. I'm talking about commentary. EDB and Runkle and Rob and him. And I've also got him sped up too. They always say that, you know, even though a question gets sustained, you know, when there's an objection, they always say, but the jury heard it. Yet, yeah. Or as EDB says, I'm not going to use the word she says the poops out of the horse. Yeah. Because they've heard it and they're human and they won't. But like, I wanted to have a lawyer explain it to me. Like, why? I should have maybe worded the question differently. Like, why does a lawyer ask questions that they know they're not supposed to ask, that they know is going to get objected to and sustained, if the jury is not supposed? I know, like, but he was like, well, I haven't heard any of Karen Reed's lawyers say that. And I didn't mean specifically Karen Reed lawyers. I meant any lawyers or lawyer commentators like EDB. Well, she's a lawyer too, but you know what I mean. Why do they do that? It's strategy, right? It's strategy that you get the question out there and the jury hears the question. And if they're allowed, like, who just asked what? Somebody just, Judy asked, do they really expect them to say, why, yes, I held back hours of footage? But the jury's the finder of fact, right? So the jury gets to decide how much weight they put on testimony. So they can decide, like with this POS, everything he said about Karen, all the crap he's pulled, all the stuff he's done. Oh, it's for appeal purposes? Well, yeah, I guess. Because if it gets sustained when it shouldn't have gotten sustained, then that can be grounds for appeal, right? So I guess both purposes. But like the jury gets to decide if they believe him. So if he's lying at things like, I wasn't mentioning things to my sister, she wasn't like a go-between between me and the Alberts. If the jury's not going to believe that because of all the other crap he did, or, you know, holding back hours of footage or whatever, they're not going to believe anything he says because of the other garbage that he did. So the jury's the finder of the fact. The hard part for me would be trusting that the jury would put all that together. I would want to do, I don't know why I ever wanted to be a lawyer because I am not suited for that profession at all. I would want to make this detailed roadmap for my closing to make sure that they got all my inferences or all my implications. I don't know. I get those two mixed up.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. You reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you, at the time, 5 throughout at the beginning of the
Yeah, I observed the video.
2 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yeah.
You're aware that there's a video from the interior of that Sally port as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video? The second one, it's a little confusing. The second video from the inside of the Sally converted.
Mhm.
Correct? You're not that. Do you recall?
I did not believe. Sorry, that
Did
was,
you make the request?
I did not.
I don't think I said it at the time, but somebody kept saying, I believe. I think it was Rentschler. He would say, I believe such and such. And some people say that, meaning I know. And it's not like, well, it might be, or maybe, or I think it might be, you know, like I'm not sure. I might have heard, or, you know, like a maybe type of thing. Some people say I believe as I know this is what it is, because my stepdaughter says that like a lot. That's the way she tells you stuff. I believe such and such, and that means it's true. That's the way she uses the word I believe. That means she knows this for a fact, and that's the way she says it. That's what she means. If it's true, it's I believe. That's the way she uses the word believe. And it's a habit that she has, and we get that. So we know when she says I believe, like if she says I believe the movie comes out on July 2nd, that means that movie comes out on July 2nd. That doesn't mean that she's not sure it comes out on July 2nd. It means it does come out on July 2nd. So, yes, and Travis is looking at me because that's his birthday. And I am talking about an actual movie because that's what she told us. We're taking him there, or she's taking us there for his birthday. We're going to see the new Jurassic World movie. And that's what she said. I believe it comes out on June 2nd. July 2nd. Because that's the way she talks. So every time Rentschler kept saying, I believe this or that, and Brennan kept yelling at him. And I was getting so mad at him, but I didn't say anything at the time. Because I'm like, dude, that's the way he talks. That means that's what he believes to be true. Because that's the way my stepdaughter talks. And some people talks that way. Is that right? Some people talks that way. No, that's not right. Some people talk that way. I'm getting slap happy too, apparently, Judy, because I can't talk anymore.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed in the interior Sally Port area.
Slow him down a little bit.
I hope. So Lieutenant tells you a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sally Port cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, like, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tull, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, a month ago.
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video.
Yes.
It was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disk.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
towards like the rear. Yeah.
Where you were?
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appeared?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out in Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay.
It's Harry
You and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
that- I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all. So
Okay, and you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
yes.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
So the timestamp on the bottom was inverse. Was it reversed?
No.
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was kind of backwards.
No.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left. Okay. I
Was it blue?
believe it was yellow.
No, the video.
Yes.
The video was
So
inverted. The
video you
timestamp
saw
was
had a
right.
timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes. So I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle. It wasn't reversed. The car was brought in. Tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like a timestamp on the bottom.
Well, were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, jurors.
Why don't we
Okay.
do 45 minutes?
All right.
Okay. Bye. It's time for Biggin. Oh, let me redirect this. Oh, that's the wrong button. Yay. I've never done a raid before. It's only 5 people, but still, it's a raid. Ha ha. I'm going to do a raid for the very first time.
Especially I have to travel to Jersey next month. So you know what? August, I'll go to training camp, network, do my thing, report to you guys what I see from the team, and then I'm just gonna be live streaming every single game. Equally excited as the first one.
Yeah, you guys don't go. Let me do a raid.
So let me give you a trivia.
Because I've never done a raid. I want to raid Biggin.
So your trivia for today on Friday the 13th is Dolphins defensive tackle Zach Sealer, originally entered the NFL with Baltimore Ravens in 2018 as the first player ever drafted 7th round. What NCAA Division II university in Michigan? So which college?
Okay. Yay! We're going to raid Biggin. We're going to raid Biggin. I will see you guys on Monday morning at 8 o'clock for Phil. Yay!